guess that'll work. All right. So I bought some new aircraft. I bought the Viggen, the Mirage, and the Mi-8 because I'm an insane person who has no restraint. I don't even know if these things come with... I assume they come with some sort of tutorial stuff. Oops. The MiG had a tutorial. How did I... Training. Yeah, that was it. Okay, so let's see. I want to start with the Viggen, I think, because the Viggen seems like the coolest thing ever. Yeah, here we go. Training, cold start. Cool. Let's do it. Ah, my allergies are killing me. Killing me. This weekend, I've just been... Like, yesterday, I legit felt sick. Just all day from just allergies. It's insane. Huh. I'm really excited. The Viggen just looks so cool. It's a low altitude ground attack delta wing supersonic. It's really, really cool. The whole idea of it is that it was made to avoid radars and go after like ships and stuff by just flying like 10 feet off the ground. It's really cool. It has what looks like it looks like it's going to have my favorite cockpit next to the MiG-21. Just from what I've seen, and here it is. It's an old Cold War aircraft, and it shows, and it's really cool.
Good morning, and welcome to your first lesson in the AJS-37 Viggen conversion course. Pay attention, as there will be a lot to cover today. Please do not press any buttons or switches unless instructed to do so. If you have a throttle on your joystick or are using a HOTAS setup, please move it to the idle position. If at any time you need a break, press pause.
Hang on. Making sure the volumes are generally correct. I think it's fine, probably. Turn it up the volume a bit. Alright. Press space to continue. Look, a little Humvee and a fuel truck.
First, we will connect ground power.
And some people.
This will allow you to complete most of the pre-flight checklist without starting the engine. Press the communication key, then press F8 for the ground crew, followed by the request ground power option. The crew chief will now connect the ground power unit, which will provide AC power and cool air.
She talks so slowly.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now on.
Or am I supposed to insert the data cartridge? Wait, hold on. Was I supposed to flip something here? I'm just gonna leave that. You insert a little cartridge. That's great. I like that a lot. All right.
Set the main power switch to the on position in order to enable the main power bus. Set the low pressure fuel valve to the on position. The red fuel valve warning light will turn off to indicate the fuel valve is open.
Oh, listen to that. Ah. It's like a computer or something, like, spinning up. That's
Cancel the master
awesome.
caution alarm by pressing the master caution button between the two flash. Next, we will make sure the master mode selector is in standby mode BER.
It is.
Make sure the auto throttle is set to off and in the upper position, and the landing gear lever is in the extended lower position. Click on the throttle to move it from the off position to the ground idle position, which will open the high pressure fuel valves for the engine. Press and hold the warning panel test to test that all the warning indications function. The left and right indicator panels, master caution, as well as several other indicator and warning lights will be lit for the duration of the button press.
This cockpit is so cool.
Turn on the main generator. The engine is not currently on, so it will not provide electrical power yet. Center the autopilot yaw correction dial by setting it to 0.
Doesn't look like I can. Oh, you have to lift a little. Interesting. Weird.
Confirm the yaw trim is centered. The trim is centered when the trim indicator pin is visible.
What? Wasn't that what that was? Or is there some other indicator? Trim indicator. I don't know what she's talking about. Whatever. Spacebar.
Set the radio to normal plus guard, which will enable the main radio while still monitoring the guard frequency.
I guess that's what that's already on. Alarm.
Confirm that the
It's
thrust
a Swedish
reverser
aircraft,
is not
by the way.
engaged. The handle should be pushed inwards and the reverser light off. Check that the main attitude director
I like how the
indicator,
intake is like right
or
there. That's cool.
ADI, is properly aligned and the red warning flag is not displayed.
Well, there's a little bit of a red
If
warning
the
flag,
warning
but I
flag
think
is
it's fine.
visible, the external ground power is not connected yet as the instrument is AC powered. Either connect the ground power or check the instrument after engine start.
Whatever, I think it's fine.
Set the HUD reflector glass to the lower position so that the takeoff symbology can be properly displayed. The HUD is not currently on, so nothing is displayed.
Okay.
Set the HUD slave switch to off. Set the CI HUD altitude source to barometric altitude. Pull the knob to uncage the backup artificial horizon.
I can't tell if it's pulled or not. think it's pulled there.
Now, set the main altimeter pressure. Turn the pressure setting knob until the altitude is displayed as 0 meters. QFE pressure today at this airport is 1031. QFE is the altimeter pressure adjusted for the airfield altitude, where the altimeter will display the height above ground level at your current location, rather than referring to the altitude above sea level.
Okay. You guys excited? Is this a fun stream? Is this really entertaining for you? I've got it. It's set. I'm pressing space. What do you want from me, woman?
Set the backup altimeter pressure. Turn the knob until the altitude is set to 0. Set the radar warning receiver to the desired position, either off, lights only, or lights and audio.
Eljud.
Now turn on the external lights. Set the navigation lights to full.
Oh, jeez.
Set the anti-collision lights to on. Set formation lights and position lights to on. Confirm the setting or set the local magnetic declination, which in this part of the world is about 6 degrees.
The what? Magnetic declination? I don't know much about that. It's something to do with the compass, I think. I can't see that. I don't think I can. I'll leave that be. I don't know if I was actually even.
Turn on the radar altimeter. Next, we will load the data cartridge to load our flight plan and system presets. Set the data selector knob to mode REF LOLA. Set the input/output switch to in. Enter the code 9099, which is the code of a fictional airfield number 99, which will cause the data cartridge to load.
Okay, 9099. No, that's 7. Not bad. How do I undo? Nine. Oh, 0. 99.
Press the LS waypoint button to enter. The first digit 9 will flash until the transfer is complete. A completed transfer is indicated by the data indicator displaying all zeros.
This is some old school shit right here.
Output switch.
That's cool.
Open the oxygen valve by moving the lever forward. Close the canopy by pushing the canopy lever forward. The canopy will close and lock into place. Now, we will start the engine. We have already opened all the necessary fuel valves, so all that you have to do is press the start switch.
It's a really simple
Keep
engine
the switch
start.
Pressed for 2 seconds, and the start sequence should begin automatically. The start system light will appear on the right indicator warning panel and indicates that the start sequence has started. The electric starter motor followed by the gas turbine starter will automatically start and will accelerate up to working RPMs. The gas turbine starter will now start powering the gas generator of the engine, as seen by the increasing RPMs. The ignition system's light will appear and indicates that the ignition coils in the engine have started. The increasing engine RPM can be seen on the RPM gauge, as well as the increasing exhaust gas temperature on the EGT gauge. The engine will now accelerate up to idle RPMs. Once completed, the lights for the start and ignition systems will disappear.
Okay. That did seem to happen.
Now that the engine is running and the hydraulic system is powered, we can complete the after-engine start checklist. Since we are carrying the external fuel tank, set the pitch trim to 3 degrees nose up.
How? I don't know where the pitch control is. It's just the... Wait, that's the barometer, isn't it? Oh, that's pointing to something else. What is that pointing to? That's... Wait. Okay, it's this thing. Still don't know how to control. I think that's some kind of radio or something. Dude, I have no idea where the pitch control is. I wonder if I have to find that. Now, what should my trimming controls be? I thought I was trimming. I don't know where my... I've messed with my aileron trim now, and I don't know in what way.
Set the ejection seat safety to off
Whatever.
by turning the ejection safety lever above and behind your head to the stowed position. The ejection seat is now live. Confirm that no warnings, except the green landing gear lights, are lit on the warning panels. One exception is for the external tank fuel warning, which will disappear over 70% engine RPM. Press the indicator system's test button. This will run a few tests. High alpha warning, 2 short pulses. Engine fire warning lamps lit. Altitude warning light on the central indicator lit. Fuel indicator displaying about 29% with a rebounding indicator needle. Set taxi, landing light to taxi.
I don't know. I can't fucking see. How the fuck? Fuck it.
Set the master mode selector to nav to start the HUD to set the system in takeoff mode. The brakes are currently parked, so press your brake pedals. Default is the W key to release the brakes. And this concludes the cold start tutorial. The next lesson will cover how to properly taxi to the runway and take off.
That fuel tank almost drags the ground. That's a little worrying. Look at that. It's like a few inches off the ground. Alright, so... I guess that's, I mean, it looks like a landing light to me, but it could be the taxi as well. I don't know. Alright, let's do the next one. No, I could not resist getting the Viggen. I started like reading more up on it and what its role was, and what I tend to really enjoy doing in the MiG is exactly what the Viggen is built for. So I had to. I also got the Mirage and the Mi-8 because they're on sale, and I wanted both of them. I've gone deep down this rabbit hole. And yeah, this is extremely autistic and comfy, you're right. That's a very good description for DCS in general, I think. And I'm not spending time with my family on Easter because I don't really care about Jesus being risen. Sorry. Just not my problem. I wanted a Gen 4 full fidelity fighter, and I didn't want to wait for the F-14 because that's probably never going to come. People say it's going to come out this year. I'm doubtful. Same with the Harrier. And the Mirage just seems pretty cool, even if it is French. I want to be able to actually like fly in multiplayer and be effective rather than kind of useless. The HUD on this thing is really neat.
Morning and welcome to your second lesson in the AJS 37 Viggen conversion course. As in your previous lesson, please do not press any buttons or switches unless instructed to do so. If you have a throttle on your joystick or HOTAS, please move the throttle to the idle position. If at any time you need a break, press pause.
Oh, spacebar.
The aircraft is already started as in the previous lesson, so we will now follow the car in front of us. This lesson focuses on how to taxi, general ground handling, and use of the thrust reverser in the AJS 37 Viggen.
So we're not even going to take off?
The throttle has two
Boring.
modes, ground idle and in-flight idle. The throttle is currently in the ground idle position. If you would move the throttle forward just slightly, you will hear a slight click, followed by an increase in engine RPM, engine pressure ratio, and exhaust gas temperature. Advancing the throttle further will press it beyond the in-flight idle detent into the normal throttle range. You will hear another click entering or leaving one of the idle detents. Slowly advance the throttle to start moving forward. Use the rudder to turn in behind the car in front of you.
Ooh. I'm gonna run into that car.
Follow the car.
Okay, we're good. That all happened very fast. Those two clicks are really close together, and my throttle is kind of cheap. Well, it's not cheap. It wasn't cheap to buy, but it's cheaply made, and it doesn't have a very smooth detection, which is annoying. Are we just going to do a little lap here? Is that it? Is this really necessary? I'm going to run into it.
Now we will practice reversing. The thrust reverser is activated by pulling the reverser handle. The reverser flaps will close and the thrust will be directed forwards. Be careful with the amount of thrust used. Gently advance the throttle to start rolling backwards and then reduce the throttle down to idle. Do not press the brakes while rolling backwards, as it is very likely you will cause a tail strike. Turn off the thrust reverser by pushing the thrust reverser handle inwards. The thrust reverser flaps will open and the engine will operate as normal.
Oh, cool.
position behind the car.
Well, you just told me to turn around. I'm behind the car. Does it want me to like line up perfectly?
Follow the car back to the ramp. You can use the thrust reverser to slow down the aircraft without using the brakes.
I could do that.
Enfield 1-1. Copy. Clear to taxi to runway 9.
Where's this guy taking me? It's nice to have a plane that has nose wheel steering. Fucking MiG. Fucking IL-2 planes. So this is all we're gonna do. It's gonna ask me to park and then it's gonna be over, and that's kind of lame. Don't really know why we need a whole tutorial for this. Yeah, that was stupid.
The next lesson will
Why make a tutorial for should have skipped that one, to be honest. Yeah, this is a super realistic simulator for sure. Probably the most realistic flight simulator. Fully modeled aircraft systems where you actually like click around in the cockpit to do stuff.
Good morning and welcome to your third lesson in the AJS 37 Viggen conversion course. Do not press any buttons or switches unless instructed to do
Buttons
so.
or switches?
If you have a throttle on your joystick or HOTAS, please move the throttle to the idle position. If at any time you need a break, press. Today you will learn about the takeoff procedures and actually fly the aircraft for the first time. Before takeoff, always make sure the master mode selector is in mode nav. Make sure the HUD reflector glass is in the lower position in order to display the takeoff symbology. Confirm that the Spock autopilot light is on. If not, press the button labeled Spock to engage the autopilot damper. Because there is little wind today and good runway conditions, we do not have to make a manual course setting. The aircraft will automatically determine the initial course based off of the takeoff runway thanks to the pre-programmed airbase information from the data cartridge. Before you take off, we will briefly review the afterburner indicator. On the lower part of the front panel, there are 3 afterburner lights. 1, 2, and 3 indicate which afterburner zone is selected on the throttle. On the right side of the front panel, there is a nozzle indicator gauge which indicates the state of the ejector nozzle or current afterburner zone active. Increase the throttle until the second afterburner zone light appears. Try to keep the aircraft aimed as straight as possible down the runway center line.
Ooh, twitchy.
Start pulling back on the stick at around 270 kilometers per hour. Elevate until the flight path vector is on the same level as the top end of the longest pole
Whoa!
and maintain it there. This will give you a 30 degrees nose up.
The pole track. I don't even know what you're talking about. Top end of the longest. So, is that what she's talking about? Those. How do I get over there?
Retract the landing gear by clicking the landing gear lever.
Why is that over there? I'm confused.
Elevate the HUD reflector glass to in-flight mode in order to display the HUD symbology when at lower angles of attack. Reduce thrust to military power by moving the throttle aft until you see the afterburner zone lights disappear. Level off at an altitude of 500 meters. The destination indicator will now display that the current waypoint has switched from LS, the start airfield, to the first navigation waypoint B1.
Where is it
Well
going to
done.
display that?
This concludes the third lesson. Our next lesson will cover basic navigation.
I mean, you could have explained that a bit better. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. That's. Why is that thing over there on the right? Oh, okay. So it's a waypoint indicator. Huh. So far, this is a lot easier to control than the MiG. Not quite as twitchy, though. Let's cover basic navigation, I guess. I read chat, I just can't. I'm in VR, so it's kind of hard. I have to get out to do it. You can't even figure out Elite Dangerous with a great headset. What do you mean, like it's hard to figure out the controls and stuff, or who the fuck is? Oh, it's Boone. Boone likes to send a lot of messages in quick succession. And no, I've never had any pilot experience. I've thought about going for it. All my experiences in flight sims, though. All right.
Good afternoon and welcome to the
Oh, it's a
first
new person.
navigation lesson. Today we'll cover the fundamentals of the navigation system and basic waypoint navigation. We will take off from Senaki Air Base and follow a short route through northwest Georgia. We have already loaded the data cartridge for this mission with 4 waypoints, B1 through B4, so we will not be setting up any specific coordinates today. Please refer to the briefing picture or the in-game knee board for an overview of the flight plan. Before we take off, we'll review the primary navigation instruments. First off is the Attitude Director Indicator, or ADI, which displays the aircraft orientation in attitude as well as displaying heading. Additionally, the yellow steering bars are used to indicate the steering commands in various modes. For most navigation, it will display the commanded course towards the next waypoint as well as the commanded altitude. In most cases, keeping the vertical bar centered will direct you towards the current waypoint. The steering bars are also used for steering commands when using the instrument landing system. The course ring around the radar will display the current heading on the 12 o'clock position. The yellow heading indicator shows the course commanded by the navigation system towards the current waypoint. The destination indicator displays the current waypoint selected. As we are currently on the starting airfield, it indicates this by the letters LS. The distance indicator displays the distance to the selected waypoint. The indicator is graduated between 0 and 40 kilometers. On distances greater than 40 kilometers, it rescales to indicate metric miles.
What? 10 kilometers. Weird. Well, how do I know which one it's... Oh, I guess there's a little indicator there to...
In order to manually select waypoints, the data selector should be set to the mode AKT POS, which will also display the current position as well as indicate the status of the navigation system. Set the data selector to AKT POS. Waypoints are selected by pressing the corresponding waypoint button. You may cycle through the waypoints entered if you wish. The primary landing site is selected by pressing the L Mål button. The selected waypoint will be indicated on the destination indicator. You should also see the heading towards the waypoint on the course ring. Reselect the starting airbase LS when you're done looking through the waypoints to continue.
Okay, so that's the starting L base. What was the L Mall? Primary landing site, okay. Huh. So 20 kilometers. Interesting. I think this is like latitude, longitude here. I don't know, pretty crazy.
Now go ahead and taxi towards the runway and take off. The first waypoint, B1, will be automatically selected after takeoff. Reach an altitude of 200 meters to continue.
Enfield 1-1. Copy. Clear to taxi to runway 9. Enfield 1-1. Unable to clear for takeoff.
I don't care.
Enfield 1-1. Copy. You are cleared for takeoff when ready. Climb 300 at QFE 29.89.
The takeoff is way different. Like I expect it to be similar to the MiG, but it's not.
The first waypoint, B1, should be displayed on the destination indicator. The waypoint should be towards the northwest on the south side of the ridge, south of the city of Sugdidi. The middle of the heads-up display will be slightly offset to the side towards the waypoint. When the dot in the middle of the horizon line on the heads-up display is at the center, you should be heading towards the waypoint. You may engage the autopilot in attitude or altitude at any time if you wish.
Oh, so those are okay. Attitude and altitude hold. That's cool. Easy little autopilot stuff. Let's do it. I wonder if the altitude hold is radar based or I guess we can find out because we're about to fly over a hill. See if it pulls us up or if we crash right into it. Let's see what happens. Is it going to save us from hitting the hill? Doesn't seem like it. Nope. It's okay. Can't collide into trees. Woo! We're fine. Alright. That's good to know. I don't get motion sick, no. The low frame rate, like DCS runs at like half the frame rate that you want VR at, like 45 frames for me. But the Vive does clever, the Oculus does too. They do this clever thing with I forgot what they call it, asynchronous reprojection and all this bullshit, and it makes it so that the frame rate, you can tell it's a lower frame rate than you want, but it doesn't like induce sickness the way it would if it didn't have that stuff. So it's not too bad.
On passing the first waypoint, the next waypoint, B2, will be selected.
And I use a HOTAS, but sometimes I'm messing around with the keyboard too. I can kind of feel, you know, where a lot of the keys are and not have too much problem with that.
Stick while in the air will set the current altitude as the reference altitude for the pole track on the heads-up display. This feature can be used for altitude keeping purposes in order to remind you if you're above or below the set altitude.
Pole track on the HUD. This feature can be used for altitude keeping purposes. Weird. I don't think I have that bound. Whatever. I think the autopilot will let me do like small corrections, and then I can just let go of the stick. And yeah. Cool. I don't know what any of this HUD symbology means. I can see the altitude, but there's all this stuff on here that I don't know.
Proceed to the next waypoint, B3, which should be off the coast to the northwest.
West. What was up with that? That was weird. I don't know why it's giving me the altitude warning light.
Continue towards waypoint B4.
trim. I was messing around with the trim and I wasn't paying attention to my navigation. So do those bars represent like an altitude? Yeah. So this is the altitude it wants me to be at, I guess. It's kind of cool. There's like this slight, very slight disconnect between what the HUD is showing you as the horizon and such, and where it actually is. Like if I quickly make a movement, it has to like shake a little bit to catch up. That's kind of cool. It's the kind of detail I like. It's like you could totally program the game to just be absolutely perfect, always on the horizon, right? But it wouldn't be realistic. What was Spock? Spock must be like all the trim control and autopilot and stuff. So it took us right to the airfield, as it said they would.
You have successfully navigated to the designated landing area. This concludes the basic navigation lesson.
What was that? What the fuck? Kind of weird sound design. It doesn't sound natural at all. Oh! Stalled the engine. Oh, but it restarted it automatically, I guess. I guess maybe it cuts off if it detects that it's going to stall. Well, no, because I'm not getting any thrust. There we go. What does that red light mean? Can I pull a MiG in this thing? Can I go like... Not really. Oh, there we go. Broke something. Broke something bad. Yikes. I've got a magically flying piece of my wing there. This would be a bad situation for a pilot. The kind of thing you don't want to happen for sure. I can save it. Whoa, very impressive explosion. Next tutorial. I've been promoted for captain for that. They were really impressed with my performance. Gave me a whole lot of ice in this drink and not a whole lot of anything else. Whoa! Whoa now. What was that all about? Why am I not getting the voice? I don't know how to use the auto throttle. You didn't tell me. I'll just do it manually. thing is just trimmed really badly. Landing. Visual landing mode. Accelerated much more than I was supposed to. Horizontal line below the horizon indicates the 1.2 standard glide slope. Oh no, the 2.86 degrees. Why does it say 1.0 on it? Do not let the airspeed fall below 260. Or angle of attack exceed 12 degrees. Where's angle of attack? Also, I'm just way too high right now, so the glide slope, forget about the glide slope. I don't know where angle of attack would be located. Somewhere on the HUD, maybe? I don't see it. I'm having to drop this thing like a rock. The problem with these tutorials is like they don't take into account very well, like, I don't know, I feel like they should pause the game to explain things or something, because in situations like this, that's gonna be rough. Well, I guess I'll count that as a successful landing. It looks like I didn't break anything. It's pretty rough, though. I don't know where the angle of attack indicator is. Or if there is one, or if it was somewhere on the HUD. There it is. That's it right there. I think? Probably. Alright. Pay more attention to that at some later time. See, on the ground like this, the frame rate's really bad, like below 30. This game's so poorly optimized. My computer's a beast. It just does not matter with this game. But you can deal with the low frame rate for a short period of time. It's no big deal. Might give you a little bit of headache if you dealt with it for a long time, but auto throttle level. Oh, okay. So which way's off? Whatever. That HUD makes landing a lot easier, but it's still going to be tough. Nothing's going to be tougher than the MiG landing, though. The MiG's ridiculous. I'm going to grab a Coke. Right.
Good morning and welcome to the first ground attack lesson. Today you'll learn how to employ the ARAC-70B rocket pods. You're equipped with a full load of 4 pods of high explosive warhead rockets. There is a target area south of POTI on a small island in the lake, which will be our first waypoint B1. Feel free to engage either the attitude or altitude hold. Maintain an airspeed between 600 and 900 kilometers per hour. First, we'll define the waypoint as a target waypoint. Set the
I didn't catch all that.
dial to tact.
I'll be honest, just did not catch it. Oh well.
Set the input-output selector to in. Enter the code 9 by using the data pad. Press the B1 button to assign the code 9 to the waypoint 1, which will make waypoint B1 into M1, a target waypoint.
What? Why?
Next, we'll disable the target motion measurement system for the site. This system, while may be useful, requires special care when aiming, so for the purpose of today's training, we'll disable it. Make sure the data selector is set to tact and the input-output switch is set to in. Enter the code 221. Press LS to enter the code into memory. This will disable the target motion measurement system. Set the data selector switch to out.
What?
Selector dial to AKT POS. Set the weapon selector to mode attack. This will select most air-to-ground ordnance.
Oh, okay. attack.
Next, we'll confirm the altimeter setting.
Jesus.
Since the site uses barometric altitude for calculating the slant range prior to engaging the radar ranging,
Holy shit.
a correct QFE altitude setting is necessary.
Oh god.
The target we're hitting today is at sea level, so the QFE is the same as the QNH, which for today is 1045. If you have previously set the master mode selected to ANF, the rockets can also be used in mode NAV, but symbology will only appear after the trigger is set to unsafe, and radar ranging to determine the slant range will not be used, leading to reduced accuracy.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Fly towards the waypoint. Make sure it's still selected. The target will be on an island in the lake.
Wait, where'd the waypoint go?
ANF,
Is
the
that the
target
waypoint?
position should be indicated by the target indicator ring in the heads-up display.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Cool. I don't know if I have weapons release stuff selected yet. Yeah. You know what? This thing doesn't even have let's do 15. It doesn't even have fucking guns on it at all. I guess those are external pods, I think. So I don't have to worry about that.
Set the trigger to unsafe. The safety lever on the control stick should be flipped up.
What? Okay.
Dive towards the target with between 10 and 30 degrees dive angle and place the sight dot on the target. Press the trigger when the time distance line in the bottom of the heads-up display starts flashing.
Oh, the time/distance line? Okay. Okay. Whoa! That's pretty cool.
Set the trigger to safe.
That is really cool.
Set the master mode selector to NAV. Well done. This concludes the rocket development.
That was neat. Also, what the hell is that? What's that thing there? Oh, it's a glove. Oh! Hold on. Let me just grab that. Ah, there we go. VR is really weird sometimes, guys. It's a glove. It's a hand. That's funny. Oh, man. I was like, what the fuck? What is that? Let me just put that back where it belongs. There you go. Alright. That was interesting. So do I have more rockets, or did I just shoot them all? Those are empty. And those are empty. So I think I just... everything. Whatever. Cool. My favorite tutorial yet. Try to pay attention to what the guy says this time before he moves on to the next topic. There's a lot to pay attention to while you're flying a plane, it turns out. And when someone's just sitting there talking to you about really detailed things, it's like, hold on, dude, I'm trying to read my gauges. I'm trying to trim the aircraft out, because you start me with this weird-ass fucking no trim whatsoever.
In today's lesson, you'll learn how to use the RB-4E anti-ship missile. You will approach the target area, detect the ship.
It told me
with
to
radar,
put my
and
throttle
release
to
the
idle,
missiles
which I
towards a
don't
small
think is
convoy
true,
of 3
because I'm just going to
transport ships
stall.
traveling south along the coast. The ships will be in the vicinity of waypoint B1, which is just off the coast of Georgia. Set the weapon selector dial to attack to select the RB-4 missiles. Set the targeting mode selector to ENKEL to set single target mode on the missiles as you're attacking a very small convoy.
What?
The missile will target the first ship it detects.
I don't see Inkle on here. Inkle.
Set the master mode selector to ANF.
I wish it would tell me, like, what does ANF mean?
PPI mode by setting
PPI mode, what does that mean?
Change the radar
Mode
range
A1,
to
what?
about 120 to start searching for ships. They should be near the waypoint circle for waypoint B1.
Oh god, I'm switching switches that I'm not supposed to. Can I even switch a flip? That's the ground. I'll need to bind to those. This is where the tutorials suck, because it's like, what do you... Like, tell me what this stuff means and how I do it, instead of just saying, like, switch to this and switch to that. I don't have any 3-position switches. Whatever. Let's do, we'll make A1 that. We'll make A2 that. Make A0 that.
The radar will display 2 distance markers at the maximum and the minimum recommended release ranges. Fly towards the B1 waypoint. Maintain an altitude between 50 and 450 meters. If you're outside of the release altitude envelope, the altitude warning light on the central indicator will be lit.
Oh, okay. How do I control, like, the distance, the range of this radar? Oh, okay, I see like a river. Oh, neat, okay. Yeah. There's like a river and a coastline. Alright, that's cool. I don't see any ships, though. Huh. That's really neat, though. What does that circle mean? Oh, those are the ships. Okay. So if I get below 50 meters, it's going to tell me? It's going to get mad at me? Seems like it got mad below 150 meters. Well, it doesn't seem mad at me at all anymore. It's kind of odd.
Set the trigger to unsafe. Continue towards the ships and maintain the release envelope between 50 and 450 meters. The altitude warning light should be off.
I did it. I selected it to unsafe, and you still got it. Whatever. It's weird, the altitude warning light just kind of comes on for a second, and then it goes off once I get really low.
You should now be within range. When the ship radar contacts are within the 2 release envelope markers, line up the target with the center line of the radar. Press the trigger to release the first missile. You will have a slight right roll, and to counter, either use left stick pressure or apply some left roll trim. Press the trigger again to release the second missile.
I'm not quite there yet. Okay. It's hard to tell when they're on the...
The missiles will fly autonomously and will track any target that appears within its search area. You may fly around as you wish to observe the missiles. Normally, you would just return to base or take evasive action against any enemy threats. Set the trigger to safe.
These are pretty slow missiles. So I think I did the leftmost and the rightmost ship. But I wonder if it just auto detects. Just decides which target it wants. Yeah, see that it just veered off course to find that leftmost ship, I think. Where's the first missile? Oh, there it is. So they're both going to hit the leftmost ship, I think. Which isn't really what I wanted. Whatever.
Congratulations. You just sank your very first ship using an anti-ship missile. This concludes today's lesson.
It's pretty cool. You're a lucky bastard, rightmost ship. Yeah, I wonder how you make it. Make it decide which ship it'll hit. Because it veered off and found that first one. I didn't want it to. I've only got a couple training things left. Yeah, if you want good content, you're in the wrong neck of the woods. Unless you're really autistic about flight sims.
Good afternoon. Today you'll learn how to use the RB-05 manually guided missile. This is perhaps the most difficult.
Oh, this missile. I've heard about this thing. Seems really cool.
The RB-05 is visually guided by the use of a flare on the back of the missile. Before we begin, please make sure the keys and buttons for the RB-5 missile controls are mapped and that you're familiar with them. You can map the control unit as an axis or a hat switch. If you need to map buttons, press pause and then escape to do so. There's a small range set up on the island in the lake south of PO.
Okay, I think I'll use... trying to figure out which control would be best to use. I think I know which one would be easiest at least. All right. Tape player. What? You can play tapes? What? If it's not under weapons, then where is it? Oh, stick pitch. There we go. Oh, that's a keyboard. Alright, let's see how that goes.
It should be your first
this thing seems pretty fun. You just literally control it.
Set the weapon selector mode to MARK. It should be the second to leftmost setting. This will set the fuse for the missile in air-to-ground mode. Set mode ANF. The HUD will not change in this mode as there is no sighting system for the missile. You should now be within 20 kilometers of the target. It is a concrete building on the island and should be marked with red smoke.
Got really loud there for a second.
Start a gentle dive towards the target. Place the flight path vector just above the target. You may want to engage the altitude hold to make steering the aircraft easier. Set the trigger to unsafe. When you are within 10 kilometers of the target, you may fire the missile.
How do I know when I'm within 10?
Fire the missile,
Oh, because the
so
waypoint.
it's covering the target. Fire only one missile at a time, as steering two will be extremely difficult.
No shit.
Try to keep the flare on the target and maneuver the aircraft as little as possible. Try to make any corrections minimal.
Holy shit, this is tough.
After impact, you may go around and make another attack run. This concludes the RB5A tutorial. Keep practicing until you can hit the target with some degree of consistency.
That's tough. Do I only have 2 of these? Yeah. That's really, really difficult. Part of what makes it really tough is, like, it's got a smoke trail that blinds you. So you're supposed to place it over the target, but if you can't see the target really clearly, then it's just kind of blinding. Oh god, it's way off. I can't see it anymore. There it is. Fuck. Jesus, that's really tough. And that's a small target that they've given me to fucking shoot at. It's not a high explosive missile either. Not as big as I would expect, at least. I don't understand that noise. Whatever. At least I know the concept of it. That's pretty crazy, though.
Good morning. Today we'll go through how to deliver the M71 bombs in CCIP mode. This mode is for the high drag bombs only. Only one type of bomb can be carried at a time, so make sure when selecting loadouts that the bombs are all of one type, either low drag or high drag. You're currently carrying 16 M71 bombs in the high drag configuration. There is a small targeting range set up at an abandoned airfield, simulating an airbase flight line with a number of parked aircraft. It should be your first waypoint, BP1. You may use the altitude or attitude hold modes of the autopilot for this section while you prepare the weapon systems. First, confirm that the weapon selector is in mode Plawn. It should be the leftmost position. Set the impact interval of the sight mode dial. The computer can select impact intervals between 10 and 60 meters between each bomb. For today, set the impact interval to 10 meters, which will yield a bomb series of about 150 meters.
15 bombs?
Confirm that the weapon selector is in mode nav. Since the CCIP requires nav with height, set QFE to 1012. Target altitude above sea level is 10 meters and QNH is 1013. Such slight differences of pressure rarely impact accuracy for CCIP bombing. Having a rough approximation of QFE pressure is often adequate. Proceed towards the target area.
Proceeding towards target area. Oh, weird. So if I change the,
Now be within 25 kilometers
it confuses the computer and the altitude
reduce
changes.
altitude to
That's
about
cool.
100 to 150 meters AGL and accelerate to between Mach 0.8 to 0.9. Try to maintain this altitude and airspeed throughout the attack run. The target area should now be marked with red smoke.
Okay.
Set the trigger to unsafe. If you're low and fast enough, the CCIP symbology should appear. The targeting reticule consists of a dot and a ring, with the dot and ring representing the first and last bomb in a series respectively. Place the target between the two dots and press the trigger.
Wait, the HUD just turned off.
Until the store is released, a last light appears on the top right of the instrument panel, indicating that all bombs have been dropped.
There's no HUD symbology. I don't have anything. What the hell? Seriously, this is fucked. I don't understand. Something's wrong. Am I not fast enough? Is that the problem? There it is. I don't see a dot, just a circle. There we go.
Set the trigger to safe and evade. Well done. Make sure to practice CCIP bombing with different impact intervals and QFE settings. This concludes the M71 high drag bomb tutorial.
Cool. I was a little late, I guess. Cool. I guess that's it. Is that the only tutorials? It's pretty simple. Should I just move straight to another plane and learn the basics on it? Probably. The Viggen's pretty simple. But I still have no idea how to work any of the like radio and navigation. Like all that stuff is still pretty foreign. I wonder if I'll go to Documents, Acclimation, and Bullseye. Oh, there we go. This should be a much more complicated startup procedure. Holy shit! Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is cool. This is really cool. Wow. Look at all this. Wow. I can't wait. This is exciting. Hey guys. Electric power, APU, main engines, avionics, 1, 2, and 3 on the keyboard. Okay. Excuse me. Rotor brake, flight, and engine controls are properly set for start. The right side of the pilot commander's seat. Lower the rotator brake handle by mouse clicking over it to unlock the rotor. It's not telling me where this stuff is it? Oh, jeez. Engine condition levers to the left of the collective. In the middle detent. I think that these are the brakes that they're talking about. I don't know which way is brake and which way isn't. I'm going to assume forward is not braking. Lower the rotor brake handle. Oh, that's the brake handle. Okay, my bad. This is fuel or something. On the right side, battery 1, 2 positions, the up positions. Start running DC power from the onboard batteries. Okay, so 1, 2. Turn on all the circuit breakers. Fire extinguisher test panel. What the fuck? Okay. Fire circuit switch is set to public. I don't see that at all. Oh, there it is. Okay, it is done there. Fire detect switch to the up position. Oh boy. Oh jeez, alright. Fuel tank boost pumps. Shut off valve. APU. Start mode. The up position. Now press the start button. Bam. There we go. There's the APU starting up. 720 degrees. Jesus. Alright. Seems like that's running nicely. Other MI8's a little bit ahead of us, but that's fine. I just had one of those incredibly immersive VR moments where I had the temptation to get up out of this seat to get into that seat. Although I guess technically, since I've got like room scale, I could probably set it up where I could just slide between these seats at will, but whatever. Rear right console, AC power control panel, set the 115 volt inverter switch up. Convert the battery's DC power to AC. Inverter switches. Up. So we want the left engine. Okay. I wonder how the transmission works on this thing. I guess there's like a torque converter or something, maybe? How do I twist? There we go. Okay, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Jesus. It's outboard navigation. Oh, that's the fan. Oh, man. I'm waiting. There it goes. Well done. Ooh. Turn on our fan here. There we go. Get that cool air blowing. I'll turn it on for you too, buddy. No. No. Oop. There we go. There you go, buddy. I recognize this. This is a radio that the MiG-21 uses. Oh, jeez. I might get an English cockpit for this. It's a little bit more... I mean, the MiG-21 was hard enough without an English cockpit. Which, I mean, I just stubbornly didn't use one, even though I totally could have. It's built into the game, but... There's like an autopilot on this thing that I don't really know how to use. So far, this is a kind of a joy to fly, though. The Hueys seems much more difficult. This thing's got full collective down right now, and it does not want to descend. There's some VRS. Woo! That happened very suddenly. Should have some ground effect. Yeah, there it is. Not even touching the collective. Just a cushion of air. That's nice. Still not touching the collective. It seems like translational lift is harder to achieve. I mean, I should have it at this speed, definitely. Right? I guess I do have it. I mean, here I am lifting. It's just not as severe as the Huey. Seems like you might be able to give full collective and it doesn't... Ooh, it's pooping out a little bit. There we go. Generator failure. Interesting. So if the engine's lowered so much that... Yeah. Is it going to come back if I... Yes! But, ooh. That was a little scary. Interesting. gets in these moments where like the nose starts pitching down. Even if I let go with a stick, it like keeps going like that. And then I overcorrect and it's a really jerky ride. How do I stop an engine? Shut off fuel to one, right? That'll work. So I had to lower collective. Oof. A little harder to maintain the rotor RPM. But I'm still flying. See what happens if I get out of translational lift, though. The alarm, the low altitude alarm, sounds a lot like the Huey's low RPM alarm, which is confusing, to say the least. Okay, so I can still maintain a hover here, but the RPM lowers. Oh, the APU's not running anymore.
Отказал второй генератор. Отказал второй генератор. Отказал первый генератор. Отказал первый генератор.
So if I start up the first engine and then turn off the APU, can I start up the second engine? Or I bet there's some kind of bleed air control that I need to... Let's give it a shot, but... Yeah, that's not happening without the APU. But I bet there's some kind of bleed air system. I just don't know how to control it. I'm also starting these with full throttle, which...
Отказал второй генератор. Отказал второй генератор.
Generator.
Первый генератор. Отказал первый генератор.
Whoa! Oh! 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 What the fuck? What is going on? My VR tracking is shitting the bed really badly. What? Some sort of reflection or something just confused the hell out of it. It's still confused. Whoa. It's like... everything went sideways. Everything's still sideways. God, this thing will just shoot up if you want it to. That's so cool. Holy shit. I've seen a video of a Black Hawk doing that. That's really awesome. The Huey will not do that. That's crazy. I bet that'd be quite a ride to be shot up like this. It's like a theme park. Can I do a barrel roll? Not quite. The helicopter's not happy with me. Not happy. Did I lose a tail? I think I knocked my own tail off with the main rotor. Seems like a rough ride. We're giving it full right rudder, but it doesn't matter because there's no tail rotor. This is just an auto rotation. It's amazing how slow this descent is. Like, it just complete auto. Well, it's not really an auto rotation, but still. No power. I'd like to try out an auto rotation though. I wonder why it's so shaky like that. I assume that has something to do with losing the, hitting... I think I struck my tail. Did I, like, lose a rotor or something? Like, it's just shaking like crazy. The rotors look fine. The tail is not fine. I guess it's just unbalanced, you know? I don't know. It's weird. My pilot's in there hanging his head in shame. Let's see if we can snap the rotors off Huey style. Is the APU not starting up? Can't get the APU to start up. I don't know. Something's seriously wrong. Let's just go to the next tutorial. MI8 seems fun. I think I like this more than the Huey. I think this is just waypoint finding, which is pretty simple. This will probably be a pretty boring tutorial. I might just quit out of it. Wait, what? What is the difference between an inner and an outer NDB? No thanks. I don't want to have to translate the Morse code to find out if it's the correct. No thanks. Whatever. I've had enough. I don't really need to go into the details of the navigation stuff, I don't think. Doppler navigation. I don't know anything about this. Just turned it off specifically so you know which one it is. Whoa. Yeah, alright. To convert this to magnetic course, remove 6 degrees. Jesus Christ. Too much words here and I can't read it. Oh my god. Wait, what? Why aren't these dials? 87 kilometers. So this is just like an internal computer that figures out how fast I'm going and which direction I'm going, and that's crazy. Am I not doing something? I think I did what it told me to. Should be What was the town that it wanted me to go to? Oh, jeez. Surely it wasn't that far. It said 129 degrees, wasn't it? And then it changed to 123. There's no towns. Is it this town? It's gotta be this town right here, 87 kilometers. So, alright. Oh. Oh, I went the wrong way. Weird. Huh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Keep it steady. Wait a minute. don't have any of that stuff bound, right? So it said I should be doing a course of 123, but it told me to set it to 129. Whatever. I'm removing the side slip, and then it wanted me to press T? Okay. No. No, it's got side slip again. Am I pressing T? I'm all over the place right now. I'm not going the right course. I don't know how the autopilot works, but I've got it engaged. Okay, so I can manually change the autopilot to remove slip. Let's roll. I'm heading about the right direction. Let's speed up time. If I can remember how. Autopilot's nice in a helicopter, man. Not used to that. True autopilot. The Huey has like an AI autopilot, but it's not a part of the actual helicopter system, obviously. I do it? Is that not at 760? Is it exactly 760? If that is how you set the temperature, which I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Hold on. Wait. What? I don't understand. There's a little dial. I don't get it. There's a smaller dial, but it doesn't go up to 760. Fuck it. I don't care. Oh my god, this is crazy. Oh. I don't understand what those switches do. Wait a minute. Well, I'm not really changing the... Hold on. I'm not sure I understand. So I adjust the course, the amount of degrees it says I'm off, and the opposite. So do I adjust like 8 degrees to the right of 123 degrees? Stop talking to me. I haven't done the thing that you asked me to do yet. Maybe that'll work. Okay. So that 2 should start decreasing, right? Not very quickly. Let's try adjusting like way to the right. Nope. Nope. So I've done the opposite. I need to deviate to the left to correct the course. Autopilot's trying to turn me to the right. Stop it. Okay, we've already started to get down to the correct course. Why is the autopilot not helping me here? I'm not using the autopilot right, apparently. I don't really understand. I don't understand the autopilot system. I'll have to read up on that, because that's very confusing. Still telling me to adjust this, and I just don't understand what it wants from me. It's another one that's going to require some reading. This game's confusing. Whoa. 7 kilometers away, according to the thing. It's a really neat navigation system. I didn't know anything like this existed. It's using Doppler radar to determine your speed and direction. It's pretty clever. See if I can land in this weather. Let's try to land in the middle of those silos. Bit of vortex ring. Not as much room between these silos as I thought. I thought these were bigger than they are. Hey, this is nice. Look at this. No problem. Smooth. I feel like I actually need to like decrease the throttle once I'm on the ground sometimes because like the helicopter still wants to do its thing. I wonder if that's a thing that the pilots actually have to do. Probably. Still trying to get to the... Then the generator fails. Whatever. Alright, that was interesting. I didn't know exactly what was going on or how to use the autopilot. I think I kind of understand the navigation system, which is fun to know. Yeah, I turned off the comment music stuff just because I don't particularly like listening to music while I'm doing this, but whatever. Alright, let's do weapons training. That sounds fun. Unguided rocket pod with 20 rockets. Gun pod with 23mm cannon. grenade launcher. We got a gun pod, grenade launcher, and 1 and 6. Whoa. Some serious looking weaponry. Is he talking about these circuit breakers? Yeah. Which eye do y'all see out of, I wonder? On the stream. I think you're seeing out the left. Yeah, you're seeing the left eye. I aim with my right eye. I really wish there was a Hind model. I would buy a Hind module instantly. Hinds are so fucking cool. What is this now? Huh. Oh man, okay. Ugh. What? Oh. I don't have it bound right. That's silly. Jesus. Just clear that. Okay. Have to make another pass, I guess. Ooh, that's way off. Oof. Oof. Ugly. Ground attack in a helicopter is so much harder than a plane. It's not even comparable. Oh, way off there. It's like you might as well just be launching artillery. That's ridiculous. Those are useless. Nice. Oh, I still haven't touched those trucks yet. Oh, those sound awesome. It's almost like an A10. Not quite as powerful, though. There we go. Ow! How did that happen? Amazing how inaccurate these things are. Jesus Christ. There's a lot of them, too. Oh my God. Oh, a little light there. That's cool. Huh. Whoops. Damn it. Bad shots. Alright, well I'm out of ammo now. Whew. My God. There's a man on this. There's a man. They've got live targets on this range. That's pretty fucked. Also, I broke my landing gear when I slammed against the ground that one time. So it just rests against the ground. throw this thing around a lot more than you can with the Huey without it breaking it. I've seen a video of an Mi-8, I think it was an Mi-8, flying along getting refueled. Maybe it wasn't an Mi-8. But anyway, they were flying along, they were getting refueled, and they very suddenly pushed the stick forward, and the rotors cut off the fuel boom, which was pretty bad. Wow. Apparently that is survivable. This is a very impressive aircraft. Let's just crash it. Crash it for fun.
Отказал второй генератор. Отказал второй генератор. Отказал первый генератор. Отказал первый генератор. Отказали.
Well, I guess I can start on the Mirage tutorials. Hold on. Busy afternoon of learning things. I have to eat dinner soon, actually. Maybe I'll do that first. Yeah, fuck it. I had a late lunch. I'll get some Pringles. Alright. Let's get in that French jet. And I am a sim type of guy, I guess. I didn't really think I would be either until I started. I don't know. Flight simulators have always been a thing that I've been like dabbled in very lightly. And then in more arcadey games like Battlefield and stuff like that, I always did enjoy flying and those kinds of things. But only in the last year or so have I really gotten into it to the point of like, okay, no, I want to see if I can learn how to actually fly. It started with the Huey. I was like, I'd really love to learn how to fly a helicopter for real. So I bought a flight stick. Here I am. Final. These seem like developer placeholder titles. Whatever. This is technically an early access module, I guess, so. Let's see this cockpit. I'm excited. Are you guys excited? There's my hand over there. This is a small cockpit, very small, much smaller than the Viggens. It's kind of interesting.
Bonjour. First of all, welcome to the N2000C and to this first training session
Bonjour.
which we will hold at the Batumi airport. Today we will practice the startup procedures.
This guy's extremely French.
The first thing you'll want to do is to go through the pre-flight checklist and verify that all the cockpit instruments and switches are correctly set for startup. You will find a full list in the aircraft procedures chapter.
Well,
in
what the hell, man? That's not
and
tutorial.
recommend that
Just
you
tell
go
me to
through
read
that
the
checklist.
goddamn manual.
Press the spacebar when you have ready.
It's hard to do when I'm in VR. Shit, man. Let's pull up the manual, I guess. Oh, the manual's all sorts of fucked up. I can't read this. I'll just do Chuck's Mirage 2000C guide. That'll work. I think. Okay. Oh boy. So fuel pumps, fuel shutoff valve, ventilation. This is the fuel pump stuff here. fuck? No, the cursor! Oh, I hate it when it does this. I have to restart the game. I can't stand that fucking cursor glitch. It turns into this fucking weird texture that is huge and really distracting and stupid looking, and I don't understand. It happens after like a couple of hours of playing. Totally by random. It's just really weird. Ooh, there's a lot of controls here. Lots of controls. Fly-by-wire gain switch normal. Fly-by-wire G limiter switch as required. Anti-air missions and bombing missions. Okay. Oh boy. Alright. So,
bonjour. First of all, welcome to the M2000
Fly-by-wire.
first training session.
Everything's too small to fucking see.
Batumi Airport. Today we will practice the startup procedures.
I think I want normal.
The first thing you
and
want
AA.
to do is to go through the pre-flight checklist and verify that all the cockpit instruments and switches are correctly set for startup. You will find a full list in the aircraft procedures chapter
That needs to be
in the
to
manual,
normal.
and I recommend that you go through that list now. Press the spacebar when you are
Pel,
ready.
Souris, and Bechs. I don't know how to pronounce stuff in French. Those switches need to be to auto. Auto. UHF and VUHF. All the text is so tiny in this cockpit. It is amazing how small this shit is. Oh my god. That looks like a radio to me. I don't know where on is. Oh my god. So tiny. Let me see here. Oh, here's a radio. Is that the on-off switch? Shit, man. Whatever, fuck it, doesn't matter. Don't need radio. Set throttle stop position by pressing the engine shutdown button. Or that button. Oh, okay, so there's like a... Alright, cool. Auxiliary attitude indicator, uncaged it. parking brake. Which is exactly where it would be in a car, I guess. Insert bingo fuel value. Typically 1,000 to 1,200 kilograms. What? Oh, it's at 1,200. That's fine. Lower canopy, closed canopy. I think you like seal it. Alright. Startup procedure. Wait. Alright, that's the check. That's the pre-flight check. Okay.
Good. Let's move to the procedures required before the engine start. First, turn the master battery switch to on. You will notice that the transformer and 2 alternator switches are already in the on position, which is as it should be. Next, call the crew chief and ask him to turn on the ground power. This is necessary for the next step. Press spacebar when you are ready to move on.
Copy.
Next, we will cover the alignment of your INS. There are 2 ways to do that. The standard one,
Instrument navigation system, is that what that is?
and the so-called memory alignment, which is shorter but requires the aircraft to remain stationary since the last use of the INS. In most cases, apart from QRA or Quick Reaction Alert, you will be doing a standard alignment.
Okay.
First, check that the PSC operational mode knob is set to N. Then move the PSM mode, this is the left knob, to VEI position, and the data selection knob on your PCN to LG. You will now see the latitude and longitude of your aircraft given by the INS. The important thing to remember here is that the INS is not a GPS. It does not receive any signal that lets it define the position of your aircraft. What it needs is the initial point used for all the navigation calculations made during the flight. In most cases, the information which you will see after initiating your INS will not be accurate, and it is crucial that you update it manually before starting the alignment process.
Jeez, alright. Alright. Something needs to be set to N. Okay, that's set to N. And then we set this to, what was it? VEI? And then landing in L/G.
You will need to change the latitude and longitude coordinates and feed your INS with the correct data.
Oh my god.
You already should have the selection knob in LG position. Choose the left window by clicking on the 1 or 7 key on the numpad. The INS and EFF buttons will light up, and the window will show a series of dashes indicating the number of digits you need to enter. Just to clarify things, INS comes from Inser, which has the same meaning in English and in French, and EFF comes from efface, which means erase or cancel. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
Look at that. Fancy pants. Look at that paint job. My God. My God. Okay.
Now you can introduce your current position. First press 2 to select N for north, then enter latitude data. 413644, followed by INS button. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
So 2 for north. Four 13644.
Now repeat the same for longitude, which is displayed in the right window. Press 3 or 9 on the numpad. You will notice that the right window has 7 digits, as opposed to 6 available in the left one. Then press 6 for east, and enter longitude data, 0413652, and finish with INS button again. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
Okay, no, this didn't work. There's something I'm missing. It's not clearing out the window. Oh, there we go. Three, 6, 5, 2. It's a piece of shit
One
navigation
thing you need
system,
to
man.
set is your current altitude above the sea level. To do so, move the data selection knob to the Alt position. Now you can select the left window for feet or the right one for meters. In most cases, you will be using the left one, so go ahead and select it. Press 1 to select positive values and then enter the following data, 00037, and press INS. Then press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
How do I select the left window? Why would you need negative values?
Ready to align your INS. Turn the PSM mode knob from VEI to ALN. The yellow ALN light will start blinking and the VAL button will light up. Go ahead and press it. This will initiate the alignment. You can check the progress by moving the PSM operational mode knob to STS position. In the right window, you will see the total progress going from 100 to 0. In the left one, you will see a digit defining how accurate the current alignment is. No digit at all, meaning no alignment at all. and then from 4 for very low precision to 1 being the best. You will see the timer counting down to the next alignment level. Remember that the whole process will take around 8 minutes. You will know that it is complete when the green pré light stops blinking and becomes steady. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
I don't see a blinking pret light. Man. Whatever, man. That's... Whew, this is crazy. This is worse than the Viggen.
Okay. Before we go further, let's check the lights by pressing the test switch located on the right side of the electrical panel.
We can now move on to the next steps. First, power up your HUD. Next, turn on your radar altimeter by enabling the radar altimeter power switch and placing the HUD altimeter selector switch in H position.
Jesus. Okay.
Turn on your navigation, formation, and anti-collision lights. The panel is located to your left, below the landing gear controls. Click once on the radar power switch to put it in warm-up mode. Also, power up your VTB with a switch located on its right-hand side.
I guess it's warming up.
Next, set the VOR INS knob to N position and enable your TACAN by turning its mode selector to TR. Depending on necessity, you might want to turn on ECM now, though its functions and modes will be covered in another training. Next, set up your IFF using the fragged instructions. The functioning of the IFF will be covered to greater extent in the campaign and in a different training session.
Okay, you're not going to label that for me? Alright, whatever.
Before you start the engine, don't forget about closing the canopy. To do so,
Why is that
first
shit
move
still
the lever
highlighted?
on your right side backwards in order to lower the canopy.
Wait. That's confusing. did this already. I did all this already, dude.
Good. Now remove the canopy rest.
What?
Before you start the engine,
Was this
you
the
need to obtain clearance from the tower, and this is a good moment to very briefly cover the functioning of the radios. M2000C has two radios. The top one is the UHF, or auxiliary radio. You can operate on 20 preset frequencies. The bottom one is a VUHF, or main radio. It usually operates on preset channels, so you can manually dial in the required frequency. Let's do this now.
The first thing you need to do is to power up both radios by switching the UHF operation mode selector to M and the VUHF RX mode selector to POL or POL plus G. After that, you can move on to the next steps.
I can't read this shit because it's so tiny. What the fuck? It's so tiny. Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous.
First, use the selector knobs to dial in the frequency of the control tower in Batumi, which is 131.000 MHz. Once you've done it, switch the VUHF TX mode selector from P, or preset, to M for manual. Then use your radio and ask the tower for startup clearance. If you plan on using different channels on your main radio later in the mission, make sure to switch back to P mode once you are airborne.
Hang on, what? Dial on the frequency of the control. What knob? How do I... Which knob is controlling this radio? I don't see any knobs other than these selector knobs, which aren't the ones I'm using to... What? What am I missing? Seriously, what knob? Well, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know how to... What the fuck? I'm gonna have to look it up, I guess. This doesn't make any sense to me. Radio. Where? Oh! There's little knobs. I think I get it. Okay. There's little knobs next to each... 131. There's little knobs next to each number. Which I did not realize. I didn't mean to turn on this mirror, and now I can't flip it back off. Whatever. It's dark in this cockpit, I guess, and it's just really hard to see this shit. This mirror is making my frame rate about half of what it should be.
Radios, and this topic is more extensively covered in the campaign, is that they are often named by the color of the volume control knobs. So the VUHF, or main radio.
This mirror, the mirror's not going to work. Left shift M.
Is called green, while the UHF, or auxiliary 1, is called red.
Why can't I turn the mirror off?
And contact the tower.
What the fuck?
Press spacebar when you have the clearance.
Whatever.
Chevy 1-1. Request startup.
I didn't think that was going to work. Also, what is this?
Chevy 1-1. Request startup.
Fuck it. We'll figure out the radios in another time.
Okay.
Just fuck that shit.
Now it is time to engage the backup ADI.
I don't want this to happen.
In order to do so, first you have to supply it with energy by setting the CGMS switch to the middle position. Next, engage the backup ADI by pressing the knob located below it and to the right. Finally, if needed, rotate the knob to put the two white lines and a dot in the middle of the ADI. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed. Please check the status of your INS. If the green pre-light is still blinking, wait until the alignment is complete and the light becomes still before continuing.
What pre-light?
When it becomes stable, turn the INS PCN mode selector knob to nav position. Press spacebar when the alignment is complete.
Now we are ready to begin the engine startup sequence. First thing you will want to do is to set your parking brake.
Already done, buddy.
Good. This will keep the jet in place during the engine startup sequence. Make sure that the fuel shutoff valve switch is set to on, and open the engine start switch cover, which will enable the starter fuel pump. Turn on left and right boost fuel pumps and set the ignition vent selector to either G or D position. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
I mean, I don't know if any of this shit is correct. I don't see an on or off label on any of this shit. Fuck it. I think it's ready.
Check that the BP red warning light turns off on the warning control panel and press the ignition switch for 1 second.
Well, there's so much shit
You will
on it.
notice a red engine startup light next to your RPM indicator and the needle moving steadily up and stopping at 11%. Once it gets there, advance the throttle towards the ground idle position. Monitor RPM, engine temperature and warning lights, most of which should turn off as the engine spools up. Let me know when the engine RPM are stable.
Okay, there we go. What? I don't hear it at all in the cockpit, which is kind of weird.
Very good. Please contact the ground crew now and ask them to turn off the ground power. You will notice that both amber alt caution lights will turn off as the aircraft's own alternators come online. Let me know when you are ready to move on.
Chief, turn off the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now off.
Before we move on, close the starter button cover on the engine control panel and switch off the starter pump. Press spacebar when you have done so. Turn on your pitot anti-ice switch. The yellow animal warning light should turn off on the warning panel. Next step will be to turn the emergency hydraulic pump switch located on the right panel. Also, check your ADI and hydraulic pressure gauges for any abnormalities. Alright, on to next steps. Make sure that your nose wheel steering is off. We can check it by confirming that the blue DRAV light is not lit up on the landing gear panel. And check the full movement of stick and rudder. Press the spacebar when ready to continue. Next, you will have to run the autopilot test. Open the autopilot test switch cover and set the switch to M. Wait for the green light next to it to turn on, then disable the switch and close the cover. Now it is time to test the fly-by-wire system. Proceed exactly as with the autopilot. Open the cover and start the test. After you finish it, the red decal light on the alarm lights panel will turn off. At this stage, on the warning panel, you should have only 2 lights still on. the red PCAB indicating that your canopy is open, and the yellow park telling you that the parking brake is on. Check your slats by moving the switch to 30 and then back to auto.
Oh, it's big.
Okay, on to the final stage. Check if your anti-skid is working by opening the black striped cover and disabling it. When you do this, a yellow SPAD warning light should show up on the landing gear panel. Then turn it back on and close the cover. Now engage your nose wheel steering and turn on the taxi lights by pushing the switch once. A second click would enable the landing light.
Nose wheel steering. Nose wheel steering. Nose wheel steering. Nose.
Good. Now all that you have to do is to seal your canopy. Finally, disengage the parking brake and contact tower for taxi clearance.
Before taxiing, check your warning panel to see if no lights are lit and enable the audio warning switch located on the right console. This switch enables the aircraft's audio alerts excluding landing gear, AOA and missile tone.
Well done. You are now ready to taxi. This concludes this training mission.
It's a strange sound.
To me, Chevy 1-1. For takeoff.
It sounds like they recorded a jet like flying over. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what a jet sounds like up close, but I feel like it shouldn't sound like that. Whatever. Oh, you know what? I definitely don't want to go over through the basics of INS, because that's a fucking nightmare. Ugh. No, thank you. ILS landing. That sounds fun. Kind of jumping me right into it since I haven't done a normal landing yet.
Welcome to part 4 of the training, in which we will cover the functionality of TACAN and of the ILS. We will use both of these instruments to safely land our jet in Batumi Airport. Please enable the autopilot and maintain current speed and heading. The TACAN ILS controls are located on the right panel beneath the ECM. TACAN stands for Tactical Air Navigation System and provides you with bearing and distance to a ground or airborne station. ILS, or Instrument Landing System, will enable you to land in very low or even zero visibility by providing horizontal and vertical guidance just before and during landing. First, you have to make sure that both of these instruments are set to on. To enable your TACAN, you have to set the mode selector to desired setting. For ground station, you will want to put it in the TR mode. For airborne station, most commonly a tanker, you will have to switch it into AA mode. Go ahead and make sure that your TACAN is in TR mode. Press spacebar when ready to continue. Good. Now you should set the correct TACAN channel to start communicating with Batumi Station 16X. Make sure that the band selector is set to X and use the frequency selector knobs to dial in 16. You should hear a Morse code signal informing you that you are tuned to the correct frequency. If you don't hear it, use the volume panel on your left console to increase the TACAN volume. Press spacebar when ready to proceed.
Increase. There we go. There it is. Cool.
Onto the ILS. Even though it won't catch the signal from our current distance, you need to set it up way in advance. Make sure your ILS is set to on. Press spacebar when ready to proceed. Now select the correct frequency using both knobs. For Batumi, you should dial in 110.30 MHz. Also, bear in mind that on this particular airport, the ILS only works for runway 13, for which the magnetic heading is 119 degrees. It is worth to note these down, so let me repeat. 119 degrees. Press spacebar when ready to proceed.
What the fuck? I can't just select the bearing on my... That's annoying. 110 point.
Now it is time to contact the tower and inform them that you are beginning your approach. Batumi is on channel 1 of your green heading. The tower will provide you with the best heading to get aligned with the runway, so change your course according to instructions. Press spacebar when ready to proceed.
Well, I guess I have to fucking figure out how to use the radio. Let's see if it'll...
Batumi, in field 1-1, inbound. Field 1-1.
Okay.
Batumi, flying heading 109, 428, QFE 29.89, runway 13, departed altitude.
On your HSI, select the TACAN mode. You will note that the double arrow will point you towards the Batumi TACAN station and give you the slant range. You will remember that the runway 13 heading is 119 degrees. Wait for the arrow to get to around 121 degrees and then start your turn towards the airfield.
told me to go 109, so... It's not going... The arrow's not going to get to 121. What are you talking about? Fuck's sake. I have to do this. The cockpit is so dark. Is there a light anywhere? I'm sure there is, but...
Landing.
Hello? Did I just overfly that? Something's wrong here. I can't contact the tower. And I guess I just overflew the airfield. It told me to go 109. But 109 wouldn't line me up right for the fucking approach, according to what they were saying. I'm so confused. Should be an airport somewhere around here. There's the airport. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm gonna restart this one and see if there's something I'm missing here. I don't understand why I couldn't contact the tower after... Oh, Jesus.
Welcome to part 4 of the training, in which we will cover the functionality of TACAN and of the ILS. We will use both of these instruments to safely land our jet in Batumi Airport. Please enable the autopilot and maintain current speed and heading. The TACAN ILS controls are located on the right panel beneath the ECM. TACAN stands for Tactical Air Navigation System and provides you with bearing and distance to the ground. You have to make sure that both of these instruments are set to on. To enable your TACAN, you have to set the mode selector to desired setting. For ground station, you will want to put it in the TR mode. For airborne station, most commonly your tanker, you will have to switch it into AA mode. Continue. Good. Now you should set the correct TACAN channel to start communicating with Batumi Station 16X. Make sure that the band selector is set to X and use the frequency selector knobs to dial in. That you are tuned to the correct frequency. If you don't hear it, Use the volume panel on your left console to increase.
I'm pressing spacebar.
Now select the correct frequency using both knobs. For Batumi, you should dial in 110.30 MHz. Also, bear in mind that on this particular airport, the ILS only works for runway 13, for which the magnetic heading is 119 degrees. It is worth to note this down, so let me repeat. 119 degrees. Press spacebar when ready to proceed. Now it is time to contact the tower and inform them that you are beginning your approach. Batumi is on channel 1 of the green radio. The tower will provide you with the best heading to get aligned with the runway, so change your course according to instructions.
Inbound.
Press spacebar when ready to proceed.
Airfield 1-1. Batumi, fly heading 148. 435. QFE 29.89. Runway 13. Departure altitude.
On your HSI, select the tackle mode. You will note that the double arrow will point you towards the Batumi tackling station and give you the slant range. You will remember that the runway 13 heading is 119 degrees. Wait for the arrow to get to around 121 degrees and then start your turn towards the airfield.
Again, I'm not sure the arrow will get to 121 degrees. It's very strange that they're... I guess eventually this one will, but we might be real close to it when it does. Whoa, 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 whoa! What happened to the fucking autopilot? Oh, I ran out of speed. Yikes. This is scary. I need to nose down. I need to nose down, nose down, nose down. Let's go. Okay. Everything is good again. That was... a little scary there for a second. Alright, time to turn towards the airfield.
You should now be at the correct path for Batumi. Descend to 3,000 feet and keep that altitude. Also, constantly monitor your speed, which should not exceed 280 IAS at this stage. It is time to set up your plane for approach. First, select waypoint 2, which corresponds to Batumi on your flight plan. Or if you're not landing at the airport, which is part of your flight plan, introduce the airport information into the ILS. Next, on your PCA, press the APP button, which will put you in the approach mode.
Well, I don't know how to...
It will enable the
What?
display of ILS cues on your HUD, and will also let you see the synthetic runway symbol, which will show up when you are less than 10 miles from the airport, and if you have entered the heading and glide slope of the runway into your ILS. You may want to raise your seat to increase your field of view. Also, make sure that your radar altimeter is on. It is not that crucial for this landing, as we are currently over water, but over the land it will make a difference.
On your PCA, press the APP button.
You can see a dashed line extending from the center of your horizon line, which is pointing either to the left or to the right. This shows your deviation from the runway threshold, so it is a good time to correct your heading. If the line points
nope,
to the left,
I don't have anything. I don't know
turn
what
left
I'm doing.
before it moves
I don't know where all this shit is. I don't know what he's talking about
In other
now.
words, you need to fly directly above it and follow it up to the runway. Remember to return to the correct heading once you set the localizer line, in this case 119 degrees.
They went over some shit.
Apart from the localizer line, you can see a box, which is your glide slope indicator. You want to keep your flight path marker in the box and keep the box over the dashed line during the landing. Once you get within 10 miles from the airport, you will see the synthetic runway, which will further help correct your approach.
No, I'm fucked. I don't
Remember that
understand.
you can get the same readings by looking
Shut up,
at
dude. I'm way behind here, man. I don't have any of your shit that you're talking about. This is fucking confusing.
Threshold, place your flight path marker on the closer edge of the runway. Also, try to keep the two acceleration vector chevrons level with the runway threshold. You will notice two vertical bars slowly coming up on both sides. This is your angle of attack indicator. During landing, you will want to keep the vector chevrons between the AOA lines, which will give you a 14-degree angle of attack. Perfect for landing. Don't forget to extend your landing gear. From this moment, try not to use the stick, but instead regulate your angle of attack by increasing or decreasing speed, which should be between 130 and 160 knots indicated. Whenever the chevrons go down on the AOA lines...
Well, I'm fucked here. I don't have any knowledge of what he's talking about with all those navigation systems because I didn't do the other two tutorials because I knew they'd be boring. Oh, Jesus. The Mirage is a whole other thing. Man, this is...
Welcome to part 5 of our training. In this mission, we will focus on the functionality of the RDI pulse Doppler radar fitted in the M2000C. Please engage the autopilot now. Before we go into the details, first we need to make sure that it is ready to work. Remember that additional information about the functions of the radar will be covered in the campaign. The first thing you need to do while you are still on the ground is switch the radar power selector to PCH position, which stands for préchauffage or warm-up. However, since we are already in the air, the radar by default is already in standby mode. Go ahead and turn it on by switching it to EM or emitting mode. Now let's go through the different functions and modes of the radar. The first one is the ability to choose between the PPI and B-scope modes, which is purely a matter of preference. In PPI, the radar emitter is at the center of a circle, while the contacts are marked as points inside it. In B-scope, which is commonly used in US-built aircraft, the circle is flattened into a square with the bottom representing the emitter position. Go ahead and check the difference between the two modes. There is a contact flying directly in front of you, so you can use it as a reference. Press spacebar when ready to continue.
I don't see the contact. I guess there's supposed to be a contact there, but I don't see one. Unless I just don't know what I'm looking at. No, there's no contact. Whatever, man. That happens every time they try to like fly you with something else.
On the bottom left of the panel will control the
They don't put it in the right spot and it doesn't show up.
Starting from 5 nautical miles up to 320. Bear in mind that the effective range of the radar is around 65 miles, and the higher values would only be used for ground-controlled interception, or GCI. You can also increase or decrease the range by moving your TDC cursor to the top or to the bottom of the screen using the OTAS command. Press spacebar when you are ready to continue.
Again, they're doing a really poor job of explaining where do I see this range then? I think it's at the top of the radar screen. There we go. Again, no contacts, though. Unless that's one like directly in front of me? I don't think so.
The switch on the bottom right is your azimuth selector. It allows you to choose the horizontal aperture setting in which the radar will operate, 15, 30 or 60 degrees, which would give you the horizontal coverage of 30, 60 or 120 degrees respectively. Remember that in 30 and 60 degree arc, you can move the antenna left and right. Go ahead and check this function now. Press spacebar when ready to continue.
How do I slew it? Not gonna tell me?
Just above the azimuth switch, you will find the bar selector, governing the vertical aperture settings. Unlike the azimuth, which is given in degrees, this one is set in number of bars, 1, 2, or 4. Each bar equals around 3 degrees, giving you the vertical aperture between 3 and 12 degrees depending on the setting. It is easiest to imagine a number of horizontal bars placed one above another in front of your plane, that the antenna will follow going from the bottom to the top in search for contacts. You can also move the antenna up and down to search for targets which may be way above or below you. Go ahead and test it now. Remember that the higher aperture will give you a wider search cone, but also increase the time it takes to complete the entire sweep. The current bar setting is displayed next to the green ladder on the left side of your radar screen. The longer line also shows you the angle of your antenna. Press the spacebar when ready to continue. Immediately to the left of the bar switch, you will find the pulse repetition frequency, or PRF selector. It governs the number of radar pulses transmitted each second and has 3 settings: high, interleaved, and low. Each of the settings has its advantages and limitations. In high PRF setting, your radar will work as a normal Doppler radar, which means using maximum range, around 6.5 nautical miles. It is good in detecting targets that are below you, and it allows both track while scan and single target track mode for weapons guidance. The cons are that it is very susceptible to notching, and it will reject the low velocity targets. Low PRF is quite the opposite. It is good for air-to-air lookup and finding low velocity targets due to the fact that there is no Doppler filtering in this mode. However, it has poor air-to-air look-down capability. It gets a lot of ground clutter. You cannot lock any targets, and it has limited range, around 2.5 nautical miles. It would be best employed to detect a target that is beaming you. One more thing, the contacts in this mode are displayed as squares on your radar screen. Interleaved, or ENT, tries to get the best of both modes, having pretty good detection capability and ability to attain a lock in track while scan mode at 20 miles or less, but not to guide weapons. It still fares poorly against slow-moving targets, though, and has limited range, up to 4-5 nautical miles. That covers the basics of the radar use. We will talk about the air-to-air combat in another mission, where we will also cover the close combat mode. Before we move on to practical training, let's quickly go through one more important feature, the IFF system. Press spacebar when ready to proceed. The IFF panel is located on the right console. In order to make it work, you should choose the IFF code mode. The default for most missions would be 4, unless stated differently in the briefing. Next, dial the 4-digit code given to you by the mission planner.
What?
Finally, switch the IFF into the cons mode by turning the knob twice. It will interrogate the entire search area. There should be 2 contacts around 30 miles ahead of you. Set up your IFF, and once you see both of them on your VTB, press the IFF interrogation switch.
Again, no contacts. You
will notice that the contact on the left has a small green diamond displayed next to it. It means that this is a friendly aircraft. If you lock it, you will also see a letter A for Ami, friend, on your HUD, and double vertical line on both sides of the locked target on your radar screen. The contact to the right did not change after being interrogated, which means that there is a high likelihood of it being a bandit. However, normally this should be confirmed by your AMC before you are cleared to engage. Press the spacebar when ready to proceed.
I don't understand. It said to select mode 4. I don't see... I can't read what these fucking things say. But those aren't numbers. There's 4. I don't see any 4-digit thing. Is there something I'm missing? Did he say to press something? What? IFF interrogate is the same as nose wheel steering? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Alright. Time to learn more about the information displayed on the radar screen. Turn towards waypoint 2, where you should be able to find 2 friendly M2000Cs flying directly towards you at angles 25. Press spacebar when you spot them on your VTV, but do not log them yet.
I don't know where waypoint 2 is. Just tell me the fucking direction. Oh, I see them on the radar warning receiver. Wait, what did I just do? Oh, it was the range.
Good. Without a log, you can tell the rough distance and bearing to contact by looking at its position on the screen. The only other piece of information which we are given is the relative speed in Mach. If it's positive, it means that the target is closing. If negative, it means that it's getting away from you. Now go ahead and lock one of them in the track.
Well, I don't know what the track while scan mode. What are you? You haven't told me how to do any of that. Jesus Christ.
Scan mode. Press spacebar when you are ready. In this mode, you are given more information about the tracked target, though you can still see other contacts on your radar screen. The data displayed in the upper row of the screen, from left to right, is target speed in Mach.
Take your time, dude. They're closing in incredibly fast. Take your time.
In hundreds of feet. When ready, press the lock button again to go into the single target track. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
I don't see.
In STT, your radar will display only the currently locked contact.
I'm not seeing shit because it's so fucking. Okay, we're about to.
Allows you to guide your Super 530.
Useless.
When you look at the locked target, you will notice a short green line extending from it. It is showing the contact's current heading in relation to your position. So if it is pointing away from you, it means that you are looking at the tail of your target. Alright, time to put the theory to practice. You will find different kinds of friendly airplanes and bogies at waypoints 4 to 6, flying various patterns and at different altitudes. Use different settings of the radar to locate them. In F10 radio menu, you will find basic information about the targets you are looking for. Good luck. This concludes this part of training.
These guys ought to be showing up. I never understand with these radars and stuff. Like, if I pull my nose up, is the radar scanning higher, or does it automatically compensate? It's never clear. I feel like I have a setting wrong here, but I don't really understand the settings. Because there's supposed to be an F-16 out here somewhere, but it's not showing up. I hate how small everything in this cockpit is tiny. And the F-16's gone. It's very annoying. What was that? What the fuck? Is that the no smoking light? Well, I don't know what I'm doing.
Welcome to Training Mission 6, where you will learn the basics of air-to-air combat, the main task of the M2000C. Please turn on the autopilot and keep your speed at 300 knots IAS. Press spacebar when you are ready to begin. In this lesson, we will go through the weapons preparation, HUD symbology, and using weapons which are available for this aircraft. Matra Super 530D and Matra Magic 2 mission. We will also cover the basics of the jammer and using the close combat mode of the radar. Remember that you will receive additional information and get more opportunities to practice during the campaign. The first thing you need to do is to prepare your missiles. Since you are starting airborne, the BIT process is already complete. You can tell this by looking at your PPA panel, located to the right from radar display. The Super 530 preparation button has a MIS label for missile and P light for prêt, which means that it is ready to lock on target. Normally, the preparation is triggered when you start up your aircraft. Click on the preparation button or when you select the missile on the PCA. On startup, the BIT actually starts automatically after a 30-second delay, which gives you time to cancel it in case of long transit to the mission area. It takes 45 seconds to have the Super 530D fully operational after initiating the BIT process. If need be, you can also return the missile to off at any time and in flight with a press on the button, for instance for air-to-air refueling. When you look to the right, you will see the same is true for the Magic 2 missile, with MAG label for Magic and P light is on. On startup, you also have a 30-second delay to cancel the BIT. It takes another 30 seconds to complete the BIT. The difference with Super 530D is that Magic 2 has a limited standby time due to its supply of coolant, nitrogen, which will last only 90 minutes. Each successive reactivation of the preparation process will reduce this time by 10 minutes. Keep that in mind during long patrols or if you have to cover lots of ground before getting to your designated patrol zone. While we are at the PPA panel, you should also take note of the missile pylon selector that governs which missile will be shot when you press the trigger. In auto mode, which is the default setting, PPA selects the missile which is closest to the locked target. You can override this setting by selecting right pylon marked with D for droit, or left one marked with G for gauche. This selection is only available for Super 530D. The last element of the PPA important for the air-to-air combat is the salvo firing selector, located in the bottom right corner. It has two values that will give you different effects depending on the chosen weapon. For Super 530, in TOT mode, you will launch 2 missiles with 2-second interval between them as long as you keep the trigger pressed. In PAR mode, you will only launch 1 missile. For the cannon,
why would I want anything
TOT
except the
mode,
PAR mode? What the hell,
firing
man?
as long as you keep the trigger pressed. In PAR mode, each press of the trigger will release a burst of bullets. Press spacebar when you are ready to move on. Alright. You know how to prepare your weapons, now it is time to learn how to select them. You can choose the active weapon type by either using HOTAS controls or the PCA. The bottom row will show you your current loadout. MAG stands for Magic, 530 for Super 530D, and RP is the fuel tank. Below the weapon codes you will see 2 small letters. S that will light up when you select a weapon or store, and P which will be lit when the weapon is locked and ready to shoot. If you don't have that P light, there is a good chance that you forgot the Master Arm, which is the red switch on the top left of the PCA panel. The yellow guarded switch just below it is a selective jettison switch. This is a good time to learn how to jettison your weapons. Press spacebar when you are ready to proceed.
don't see any S's or P's. What the fuck is it talking about? Below the weapon codes, you will see two small letters, S and P. What? But those aren't there. Oh, yeah, they are. They're on the button itself. Why is everything so fucking hard to see in this fucking cockpit? Can I just jettison my missiles?
First, set your master arm to on. Next, open the cover of the switch below it and click on the switch itself.
I think I jettisoned
Now, select your fuel tank, marked as RP in the bottom row. When you are ready to jettison, press the trigger.
Oh.
Use the F10 menu to inform me when you have dropped the tank.
God, get a better microphone, dude.
You will notice that after jettisoning the fuel tank, the amber conf caution will light up and a caution sound will be heard. The reason is that without the fuel tank, or when it's empty, you can set the fly-by-wire system to air-to-air mode. You can cancel the warning light and sound by switching to this mode, or silence it by pressing the master caution button.
Okay, air-to-air mode. Where is that? Tell me where that is. Okay, I did it. Give me the F10 menu. What is he talking about? F10 menu. What? Stupid.
Remember to turn off selective jettison and close the cover. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a silly situation when in combat, instead of shooting a missile, you jettison it. There also is an option to use the emergency jettison switch that will release all the ordnance apart from the magic missiles. You will want to use the selective jettison procedure to get rid of your fuel tank when entering combat in order to be able to select the AA mode of the fly-by-wire system. The FBW is covered more extensively in the campaign. Before we proceed, switch your master arm to safe. Okay, time to practice using the 530s on some live targets. Make sure that your radar is on and turn towards waypoint 2. Look for the enemy transport plane,
Waypoint 2.
which is
Great.
orbiting there.
I don't know.
For it. It may be necessary to increase the range of the radar by using an appropriate switch on the left console or by moving the TDC to the top of the radar display using the OTAS command. Press spacebar when you have enemy contact on the radar.
Waypoint 2. Guess I'll just fly in a slow circle until I see something on the fucking radar. There it is.
Turn your master arm switch to on, select the Super 530 missile, lock the target and take a look at your HUD. You will see a big circle in the center, a square showing the position of your target, and a smaller square that gives you the best interception point. These two symbols are the fly director.
Why can't I?
It appears when you lock a target in AA mode with any weapon. In other words, for greater chance of hitting the target, you should put the small box inside of the circle in the middle of your head. The position of the small box in relation to your target will depend on several factors, like its speed and position. So if the bandit is flying directly towards or away from you, the small box will be inside or close to the larger square. If it is beaming you or maneuvering, the small box may be pretty far from the position of the target.
Oh, interesting.
At the bottom, you will see the letters G for left and or D for right, showing you the available missiles. Also, one of the letters will have a circle around it, indicating which missile will be fired first. The numbers listed above show the predicted flight time of the given missile. The large number in the middle of the HUD is the target's aspect angle, which is the angle between the target's heading and the radar line. 180 degrees is head on target, 0 degree you are in the target 6 o'clock. The vertical bar on the right side gives you the range to the locked target, and the smaller horizontal ones mark, from top to bottom, the maximum range, no escape zone, and minimum range for the currently selected missile. When the target enters the no escape zone, the circle in the center will become double layered. When the Magic or Super 530 are locked, you will hear a continuous tone. When the target is in the no escape zone, Tir for shoot is displayed on the HUD and you will hear an alternate tone. Go ahead and engage the target using both S-530 missiles. Remember that you have to press the trigger for 0.8 seconds to launch S-530 if you are in STT mode, and 1 second if you want to fire a target locked in TWS. Radar first has to switch to STT before the missile can be released. Finally, keep in mind that S-530 is not a fire and forget missile. You need to maintain a constant lockup to the moment of impact. We will continue when the target is destroyed. If you don't manage to kill it, use F10 radio menu to proceed with the training. Do not use Magic 2 missiles or the gun.
Oops, lost the target. There it is. What is that? What is that red thing? What the fuck? So are there two targets? Shit, what? Where'd it go? What the f... God damn it! Where'd it go? What? I don't understand. I had that target locked up for a while. What? I don't understand what the little red thing was or anything. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This sucks. I have no idea. Where that shit went. It didn't just disappear. I hate this. I have no idea what I'm doing. And the explanations just seem really insufficient for what I'm trying to do.
Welcome to Training Mission 6, where you will learn the basics of air-to-air combat, the main task of the M2000C. Please turn on the autopilot and keep your speed at 300 knots. In this for magic and be light. Missile will be shot when you press the trigger. In auto mode, which is the default setting, PPA selects the missile which is closest to the locked target. 530D. The last element of the PPA important for the air-to-air combat is the salvo firing selector, located interval between them as long as you keep the trigger pressed. In PAR mode, you will only launch one missile. For the cannon, select them. You can choose the active weapon type by either using HOTAS controls or the PCA. The bottom row will show you your current loadout. MAG the red switch on the top. Cover of the switch below it and click on the use the F10 menu to inform you when you have dropped the tank. You will notice that after jettisoning the fuel tank, the amber conf caution will light up and a caution sound will be heard. The reason is that without the fuel tank, or when it's empty, you can set the fly-by-wire system to air-to-air mode. Click jettison and close the cover, otherwise you might find your on and turn towards waypoint 2. Look for the enemy transport plane which is orbiting there and set course for it. It may be necessary to increase the range of the radar by using an appropriate switch on the left console or by moving the TDC to the top of the radar display using the HOTAS command. Press spacebar when you have enemy contact on the radar.
Oh, there it was. Oh, interesting. So it does move.
Turn your master arm switch to on, select the Super 530 missile, lock the target and take a look at your HUD. You will see a big circle in the center, a square showing the position of the target, and smaller squares that gives you the best interception course. These two symbols are the flight director. It appears when you lock a target in AA mode with any weapon. In other words, for greater chance of hitting the target, you should put the small box inside of the circle in the middle of your HUD. The position of the small box in relation to your target will depend on several factors, like its speed and position. So if the bandit is flying directly towards or away from you, the small box will be inside or close to the larger square. If it is beaming you or maneuvering, the small box may be pretty far from the position of the target. At the bottom you will see the letters G for left and or D for right, showing you the available missiles. Also, one of the letters will have a circle around it, indicating which missile will be fired first. The numbers listed above show the predicted flight time of the given missile. The large number in the middle of the HUD is the target's aspect angle, which is the angle between the target's heading and the radar line.
Oh my god, I can't.
180 degrees is head on target.
The TDC is too fucking sensitive.
The target 6 o'clock.
What the
The vertical bar on the right side gives you the range to the locked target.
Jesus.
And the smaller horizontal ones mark, from top to bottom, the maximum range, no escape zone, and minimum range for the currently selected missile. When the target enters the no escape zone, the circle in the center will become double layered. When the Magic or Super 530 are locked, you will hear a continuous tone. When the target is in the no escape zone, TIR for shoot is displayed on the HUD and you will hear an alternate tone. Go ahead and engage the target using both S-530 missiles. Remember that you have to press the trigger for 0.8 seconds to launch S-530 if you are in STT mode, and 1 second if you want to fire a target locked in TWS. Radar first has to switch to STT before the missile can be released. Finally, keep in mind that S-530 is not a fire and forget missile. You need to maintain a constant lockup to the moment of impact. We will continue when the target is destroyed. If you don't manage to kill it, use F10 radio menu to proceed with the training. Do not use Magic 2 missiles or the gun.
Why did I lose lock? What? I can't see it on my fucking radar. It's right there. Oh man, it's easy to lose the radar lock for some reason. Huh. That's frustrating.
Good. Let's move to the next part of this training, which will cover the...
I wonder what made it lose lock like that.
Go ahead and turn towards waypoint.
I'm still locked on at this crazy angle here.
27 flankers.
I don't understand why I lost it.
Try to jam your radar. Switch your master arm to safe mode for the time being. By using the jammer, the enemy will try to actively reduce the range at which he can acquire lock by hiding his true location and creating false contacts on your radar screen. These are easily recognizable, as they don't have the closing speed listed next to them. Also, when your radar is trying to burn through the jammer, you will see a dashed line extending from your plane to the position of the jammer. Go ahead and try to locate the enemy planes and lock one of them up. Press spacebar when you have done so.
Oh, that's just the jammer. Okay. It's taking a while to find this dude. How far is he? Come on.
Turn your master arm on again and select your Magic 2 missile using the compass. In order to lock a target, you should place the gun cross directly over the unit. If the seeker detects its IR signature, a circle will be displayed over the target. If you have a radar lock on your target, the bar on the right shows you the range to your target and gives you exactly the same information as for the supervisor. With both magic and radar locked on the same target, the target will become a target. Finally, you can slave your magic seeker to the radar locked target by using a specific control on the rockets. Go ahead and engage the targets using your Magic 2 missiles. Magic 2 is capable of guiding itself to the target and does not require radar lock. We will continue when both targets are destroyed, or when you use the F10 menu to proceed.
Which gun sight am I pointing over the target? Is it the top one or the bottom one? There's a cross and there's a circle. I think I'm supposed to point the circle over him, but I'm not seeing what he's talking about. Yeah, that didn't... There we go. That took a while. I guess because I didn't have the rear aspect. Where did these guys go? Not on the radar. This always happens. There we go. Not locking up with this thing. Okay, that's what I'm supposed to put over the target, not the... Or... I mean, is that correct? Like, why did it take so long to lock him up? I'm in the rear of him. I am bad about losing people today. I cannot find anyone on the radar. I know they're close by. Nothing. I don't understand this radar. It's really frustrating because I know there's dudes here. Like, I should be able to detect them on this thing while I scan around. Nothing. I don't understand. I know that they're out here. What What am I missing? What am I not understanding? It should be able to lock him up. Fuck's sake. I just don't care anymore. I don't understand it. I'm gonna have to do some serious reading with this one. Because I just don't get it. I don't know what I'm missing here. Alright, I'm gonna eat and read, I guess. Figure out how the fuck to play this thing. The Mirage is gonna be the hardest one. There's some serious work to be done there, even if I just ignore the navigation system, which seems like a total nightmare. I'm not happy with how small everything is in the cockpit. It's impossible to see anything. And even if you do see it, like, M is for on and shit like that because it's all French. Let's see if there's settings for that, actually. Ins does not require alignment. Sounds great. I don't want any part of that shit. Doubt that did anything. Still looks like gibberish to me.
Like Spike 5 o'clock. Hail, spike 6 o'clock. Hail, spike 6 o'clock. Hail, spike 6 o'clock. Hail, spike 6 o'clock. Hail, spike 7 o'clock. Hail, spike 7 o'clock. Hail, spike 7 o'clock. Hail, spike 7 o'clock.
Fuck. Alright, well, whatever. I'll read about that shit. What a nightmare. The Mirage is the biggest, like, daunting challenge. The Viggen and the MI8 feel achievable. The Mirage feels oof.